Hey, Paul. What are you up to tonight? Saturday night going pretty well. I am just going through checking this book of pennies I bought a while back. Just running all of them through the scope. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with this. I don't think they're going to stay in this particular book. I really like the new Whitman Prestige books, but they're spendy. Like $100 for, I think, the book that goes from 09 to 58. And that, I don't know, I'll have to look up again. That book might not even go all the way into the 50s. Box number 4, the Penny Hunt. Last box till Tuesday. You doing one tonight? Or you're in the middle of one right now? We got the Whitman Classic. It goes to 95. Yeah, see, and that's what I like about that brand new Prestige one. Is like this one you can't. This is an old, and I got it, and I was like, I don't understand this because here it's right side up. You know, so then you open it. And here's the first page over here. Because here's 1909. It's upside down. And this one, like you just said, you can't see the back side of the coin. So this collection is definitely not staying in here. It's going to get taken out of here. And I might just bite the bullet on that Prestige book. They're nice. I mean, it's just $100 for one book, but it has the stuff you can slide. You slide out the plastic piece, you put the coin in, you slide it back in, and it gives you both. You can see the backside, which I think you always want. I figured just to start with, I'd go through and check these just for any major errors of some sort. See which ones are in really nice shape. Yeah, the classic blue one. Yeah, Prestige just came out with, or not Prestige, but Whitman just came out with what they're calling the Prestige line, and they're black and they're really nice, but like I said, they're spendy. Hey, Coach's Magic, what's up? Is this really a 17S have in here? Yeah, all right, 17S. Not a key date, but so I know that these are all coming out of here at some point, and they're going to go into a different one. It's just like I said, now that I'm thinking about it, talking about it, it's like I probably will order it tonight. Bite the bullet on it. The reason I bought this whole book was up here. This was really the only coin I knew was in here. Was the 09 BDB, and it's not in bad shape. I mean, the wheat stalks have still got good definition and stuff, and so that's why I bought it. And then I did a live the other day where I opened it as like a mail call thing, and I opened it to the point of this, like this. And I didn't realize there was one more page behind this sheet. And I opened it up, and those are 50s. I mean, there's an absolute beautiful 53D right there. But then it's got, these are 54s, you know, these are 55s. So, but I'm like, well, I'm not going to keep it in this old. I think this is an old Whitman. Yeah, this is an old Whitman. $33 for the Jefferson that goes to 03. Yeah, I think I want to get a Jefferson nickel book too, because my three main chases as far as hunts and stuff are nickels, pennies, and then the small dollars. Yeah, it was crazy. That last page, I was like, holy smokes, those are all red. I mean, I've got the old proverbial Crown Royal bag of nothing but wheats to go through, but I don't think too many are going to end up quite as red as some of those 50s on that back page. What's this? Here's a 55. And I wasn't going to go live tonight, but I'm like, you know what? I'll start going through that book, and it's a 55D, which has still got a little bit, you know, definitely red brown. But I don't even know what years are in this bag. Majority of this is going to be 40s and 50s, I know, because that's what my grandfather basically threw in here. There's a 1950. There's a 40. Well, and there's a part of me too that 49D. There's a part of me too, Coach, that's like, I'm not gonna. It's not like I'm gonna get rid of this album. I just don't think this is gonna be the album that I'm gonna keep this collection in. I'm gonna transfer it to one of the new Whitmans, I think. And I was kind of looking for, like, if there was a year on this album. Oh, there's the copyright. 19. Some of these pennies are actually falling out of here already. See if I can get that up there. So it is an old album, for sure. But I really like the new Whitman Prestige albums. I'm a little surprised that this album's that old. I would have guessed this to be more in the 60s or 70s. And just include the proofs from 65 and 98. Well, that's not bad. Not a bad price at all. Where'd these fall out of? I don't remember where I even was. The one thing about this set is it was missing, you know, as expected, most of the key dates. But I think there's some semi-key dates in here. But I figured if I didn't at least jump on and start going through some of the start sending them through the microscope, then that step can be done. I might crack a couple rolls of nickels or something tonight yet at some point. I'm just kind of playing tonight by ear. No real. This was a straight up 14, so there were two 14, so I'm not going to put that. No real plan for tonight, just kind of hanging out. Figured I'd check these coins for any major die chips or anything that's... And I got my list of possible errors up, so... Yeah, we were in the 90s too here in Minnesota, which is not the norm for us this far north in Minnesota, but we had a hot one too. In fact, our AC in the house really didn't keep up with the humidity at all during the day. I think tomorrow's supposed to be a little bit of relief. I was initially thinking damage on that, but I think that might be a die crack. I could be convinced that's a die crack. Nothing to get excited about. Like I said, I don't remember where I left off. I might have already looked at these 16s. But beyond the errors, I kind of wanted to look to and just see, you know, how many of them still had good definition in the wheat stocks and got the 16s. Magic Coaches says no to the crack. Yeah, it was kind of a 50-50. I would assume it's not, but it could look like one. Oh, you're saying no to crack. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying no, that you don't think that's a die crack. Now I get it. Definitely an odd reverse on this one. Definitely something went on, maybe chemically with that one. It's not quite a woody, but could be getting there. Oh, so you're agreeing with me on the possible die crack then on that one. Crack burgers, new trend. So here's, they have 17 and 17 S and D. I don't think I had a 14D. I didn't have a 14D. I think the 31S is missing out of here for a key date. Yeah, 31S and D is missing. Let's see, 24. Yeah, a lot of the early 20s are gone. Straight up 24s in it. Investable, how you doing, man? I'm just sending all those pennies from that album by the other morning. Oh, you didn't mow your lawn? We didn't have any down trees or anything. I was gonna say, yeah, you're up there in that mess though, weren't you? We didn't get anywhere near the storm you got. Hey, that's all that matters. Alive and dry, that's all that matters. Yeah, 106 winds. Yeah, I heard about that. My wife actually mentioned that today. I actually use that alive and dry when I talk to my son about the hunting shack. I'm like, all it needs to do is keep us alive and dry, warm. Did you get some roofing ripped off? I'm guessing it with 106 mile an hour wind. I'm guessing nothing is going to end up being gradable out of this book until I get to those red 50s. And then even at that point, I probably don't grade anything out of here. 3 pieces of tin ripped off the roof. You got metal roof then? Which better than having shingles in that type of storm. I always forget because I'm taking the coin out and then I'm putting it back in, and by the time I go to put it back in, I forget what year it is. Well, this will be a cool little start to a new penny album, and then upgrade from there as I get some of these older ones. New OSB and part paper up and the proper screws. Did you end up just having insurance cover any damage then? I don't think anybody here locally, anywhere around us close, really ended up with truly damage. Like I said, we had nowhere near the storm come through that you guys had up there in your neck of the woods. Did you get it out of a roll? Did you find it? Did you hunt it? Or was it a buy? For that 1910. Fixed it for free with family help. Oh, the reverse on this one is well worn. Hunt find? Box was loaded, huh? Where are you, Paul? My penny hunts really don't turn up like you see a lot of guys on YouTube showing and stuff. I just don't know if I'm not in the right area to have some of the older ones, or and I'm always curious where the collectors are that actually do really good finds. So West Virginia, because I have a theory, and I don't know if it's a theory or if it makes any sense, but like our population here where I'm at is like 12,000 maybe, and so I always say, compared to like the money that goes through Minneapolis, if you're in Minneapolis and getting those bank rolls and stuff, I think you have a higher probability of like coming across treasures and having loaded boxes like you're talking about, versus like a smaller community here where the money just don't flow through it at the same rate. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I don't know. I just think that isn't a factor. The more money that's flowing through an area, the better off you're going to be as a hunter. Oh, we're south of Pittsburgh. So, yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh's big. I mean, there's money flowing through Pittsburgh. And any outskirts or suburbs and stuff of it. I mean, we're not really small. Like I said, our population's about 12,000, but we still aren't not sending the money through that a Minneapolis is. I've noticed some of these wheat cents, you can have some that have really good wheat stalks yet, but then some of the lettering actually takes more wear than the wheat does. I mean, as a whole, most of these coins aren't in bad shape. You know, I'm guessing I could have done a lot worse on this album. You know, I want to say I paid $40 for it. You know, so 220s. What the hell? So we go right from 1919, skip into this straight up 1924. I figured for $40, who cares? There's an 09 VDB in it. And then, like I said, I didn't know what else was going to be in it, and I think I got lucky on the last page of a bunch of 1950s that are definitely in good condition. Well, better than good. So I don't think it was a bad buy at all. All right, let's go to here. So the 25 to the 39 page is pretty full. What are we missing? Like I said, we're missing the 31S and the 31D, 26S, and then the straight up 39. Investable if you're still hanging out. What'd you have for temperatures today? I think we got up to 90, but it was a heavy 90 here. I don't know if you were in here when I was saying our central air for the house really didn't keep up that well. Once we get into the the 40s and the 50s, there's a whole lot more to look at for possible errors. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to break down and order one of those Whitman prestige books tonight. I don't know. I don't think I had. Did I have any 22s? No. Oh, there's even a spot in this album for a 1922 No D. You said you have the blue one, right, Paul? You don't have one of the new black prestige ones, do you? I was gonna say, if you got one of those, that'd be cool, because you could tell me if it's worth $100 for a album. I'm not a fan of is it the Danco? Is that what they're called? The brown ones? Company that does the brown ones. I'm just not a fan of the look of those. Blue Classic has the slides. Okay. Yeah, and the Prestige does too, obviously. So I'll get the slides with if I do get a Prestige. Everybody seems to, seems like that. Is it Danco? Is that the name of the company that makes those brown ones? Danco? Okay, yeah, I was right then. Actually, I'm impressed that I was right. I don't like the look of them. Well-worn 26D. And I don't know, I'm just that type of collector that it's like I have to like the look of something, or I'm just not gonna be into it. I think I've got a little bit of a bag full of 82s that I need to run over the scale. I might get to that tonight too. I don't know. Tonight's just going to be a kind of a laid back hangout, do whatever. I don't know. Get through some scoping. Is Lucky streaming tonight, Paul? It didn't look like it when I was setting up my stuff for the stream. He's usually on by now, isn't he? If he goes on for a night? Although I know the other time he went on pretty late. I want to say one night he started at like 11 or something, didn't he? He streams a couple nights a week from the looks of it. At least from what I've noticed from since I've found him. Started watching him. Tomorrow he's gonna be on. I'll have to try to catch it. That's nothing. For a second, it looked like a chip, but it's not. I think it's actually something that was just on the coin. A little bit different finish on this one. Oxidation or something? I don't know. A little darker. Doesn't really show up on the... You can see it's got a darker finish on that one. Definitely started some type of change. All right, you just kind of got me on in the background then as you're hunting. I'll yell at you by name if I have something I want a second opinion on. What year wheats do you got so far? I'm going to try to pick up my pace a little bit. Just because there typically isn't going to be too much to look at these more worn years. .45 and a 54. Yeah. I'd have to look back at the mintages of the 40s and 50s, but they have to be the higher mintage decades too, I'm guessing. Nice wheat stalks there on this one. Yeah, like I said, that whole bag, that whole Crown Royal bag of mine is probably, I would say the majority are going to be 40s and 50s once I start getting through them. So how are you dealing with pennies now, Paul? Are you essentially hoarding, or are you still feeling okay with turning them back in? I'm kind of torn. It's almost like I have a feeling you should be saving more now than maybe you would have been in the past before the news of the cut came out, but there are still some years and mintage numbers that I don't think I'm going to hang on to very hard. You're okay, so you're keeping. Yeah, I keep all copper. I'm the same. I'm in the same boat there. I'm not turning any copper back in. In fact, I was just saying on a live stream earlier this week that I'm going to do something with a graphic somewhere on a screen where I keep track of my copper weight. But I got a lot to weigh to get the first initial number anyways. I went through, I don't know, I probably got a dozen, maybe 2 dozen penny rolls right now, and I went through and I weighed them and I marked the weights on them as to how many copper should be in the roll. The 2 rolls from the other morning were pretty dead on the document that gave me the numbers. They were within a penny, or I should say within 1 coin of what was anticipated for being in the roll. I don't know why I'm doing this for the most part, but you never know. You might catch a cool error somewhere. I could probably go to just the documented dates, but I always like to look for those die chips and stuff. Paul, did you see the post I made in Lucky's Discord about that nickel? I think I have it here. I still can't decide if that's die chip. That's a die chip under the L and the I, and actually under the B too. I think it might be. And the only reason I think it is, and it's not like mechanical doubling or double striking, is it's connected there. Right there. You know, it's all one continuous piece. You know, and then it's got it there too. There's a disconnect there. So you agree with me, kind of looks like a die chip. Actually, essentially 2 separate die chips. I kind of set it aside. I didn't flip it yet and write die chip on it. I think I'm going to stick with that being a die chip though. Well, and that was okay. So here would be my argument against that, and I kind of said that too. Is it smashing? Because you do have a little bit of what I think could be smashing. Clear that up on the E here. That looks like a smash to me. But these look like chips because you still have, and the only reason I don't think that I like my anticipation of a die chip here anyways is it's in the middle. There's nothing, there should be nothing in between the L and the I for it to smash down and give that look. I don't know. Maybe I'm stretching. So that coin's like really in my area of like where I don't like speculating on errors. If I can't just look at it and be like, it is what it is, I almost always will set it aside or throw it away. I'll throw it back and say it's not truly an error, because I don't want to have to convince myself. And half the time with, the older coins, you have so much, just circulation wear or mint, or not mint wear, but circulation wear or pocket wear, that you could be looking at a coin that truly did have that error, and now it's gone because of the wear. And I don't know, I'm just not a fan of like trying to convince myself, because if I got to convince myself, then you got to convince everybody else too. So I think I do a whole lot of like looking at a coin that has a documented error, saying, hey, that kind of looks like it, but the coin ain't in good enough shape to be able to say, yeah, without a doubt. And so essentially that coin will go without being saved, actually, for that error. And it maybe was the coin of that error, but not good enough to like keep it. All right, time to crack. Let's do one of these. Let's try a Marilyn Monroe lemonade. Who makes this? Where's this out of? Bottled and distributed by Rocket Fizz Soda Pop and Candy. Doesn't say where it really comes out of, though. I guess I don't know where this one comes from. It's funny you asked that, Paul, because I know that both the 72 and the 73D have rotation errors on it. I don't know what the percentage of the rotation is. In fact, I ask myself that every time I put a 72 or I find a 72 or a 73. Yeah, me too. Who don't like Marilyn Monroe? Every time I see a 72 or 73, I'm like, okay. In fact, I said it on a stream earlier this week. I'm like, I really should look up these rotation errors to see what the percentage of it is. Because I've found 72s and 73s that have a very small percentage. I mean, it's like just a hair. You can tell it's a hair rotated. And I don't save it. Because I'm guessing the rotation's probably significant for them to have it as a documented rotation. Let me check my book. Let's see if it's in this. I should have done this like weeks ago when I was wondering about it. It might not be in this book. So 72D, here's a double die obverse. 72S, double die obverse. 72 double die obverse. There's a lot of obverses. Holy smokes, there's a lot of, at least in this book. Still on 72. Boy, that's significant. And then 71. So, and I didn't see anything for 73 in here. Okay, so the rotations are not in Strike It Rich. Let's see if they're in. This ain't even the right book. Let's see if they're in here. Let's see, is this the... Or is there not... Oh, you know what? I don't think... Oh, yeah, half cents to... Alright. I had the right book in the first place. Alright, so let's see. Double die obverse for 72. More obverses. Oh, you're looking at the red book? Okay, I didn't even think to look at the red book yet. Yeah, I don't know, maybe... So the cherry, it's not in Cherry Pickers and it's not in Strike It Rich. Hey, Paul, I'm going to run up. This Marilyn Monroe is obviously not a twist off. I'm going to run up and pop it off, so I'll be right back. Yeah, the 70s, I think I've found two 70 S's, both large. So the way you look at the 70 S's, at least the way I do it, is the direction of the 9 after it comes around and points towards the 7, where the end of the 9 loop points, or if the 7 in the 70 is like significantly, it drops below the 0 significantly, then it's a large state. That's the way I look at the 70 S's. And then the 60, I usually end up looking at like the gap between on the 6, where the 6 ends and points to the top of the 6. If that makes any sense. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me know if you found anything on how much those rotations are supposed to be. Ooh, that is good. That might be one of the best lemonades I've ever had. Lurking and learning. I don't know how much you're going to learn from me there, Investable. Were you here, Investable, when I had asked? You might not have been here, but I asked you what your temperature got up to today, if you know. Up north there. I think it was really the heat index and the humidity, which was what was making the day seem so warm. Oh yeah, I keep every S. 85. So we might have actually been warmer than you. We were at least 85. I'm the same, Paul. Just because you just don't see S's that much as a whole. I keep every S. You and me are on the same page with the S's. $95 degrees. Do you still have 90? You have 95 degrees right now, Paul? At this point in the evening? I thought we were supposed to get some relief tomorrow and not be warmer. Okay, I was going to say, if you got 95 now, your evening is going to be terrible to sleep in. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we're starting to cool, but our air is still running in the house. I think I'm getting notifications, Paul, that Lucky's going live. Although then I just saw one that popped up that said something about change of plans. So are you watching on your phone then, Investable? I'm actually getting to the point here in the basement where my office is to I may be going up and turning the air off shortly just because it's starting to get so cool down here. That's the nice thing about our place, though, is, I mean, we can have a 95-degree day and we can still, you know, even though the central air doesn't maybe keep up completely upstairs, if you come down into our den in our lower basement living areas, it'll be 70, if not cooler if we wanted it to be. That typical basement situation. Oh, you got power back, but no internet yet? I'm guessing still watching my stream on a phone maybe isn't too bad because, like I said, I kind of switch up. I think in the past, I had the bigger screen me and the smaller screen the microscope. But then I'm like, you know, anybody who truly is hanging out, they don't really want to see me. They want to see the coin. So I was like, I switched it to where the majority of the screen shows the coin. And then I'm just up in the corner then. And I was like, this makes a little more sense. So is Luke live on YouTube? Or was the change of plans him not going live? Because if I can pull it off, I'm going to do something here and I'll show you. Yeah, that Marilyn Monroe lemonade is definitely another buy. We'll be buying that again for sure. Let's see if I can. So his stream is like on a standby right now, I'm guessing. Take the volume down. Alright, so I'll show you what I just did. So I put Luke up on the 42-inch next to my desk. If you're in his chat, tell him I said hi. Almost into the 40s here. So here's the first 36, and I know it says a DDO on it, so we'll see if we can. Kind of doubt it. Good looking 36 though. Still in nice shape. I was watching somebody yesterday. I forget whose channel it was, but they were talking about one way you can look at, one of the couple different ways you can look at wheat cents. I think you could look at this on regular cents too, is the definition in the ear, and then obviously still the hair. You know, so it's like that ear has still got nice definition. Let's see what the backside looks like. Oh yeah, this is a nice 36. I don't know where the double die obverse is supposed to be on a 36, but I don't see one sticking out. Still a nice 36. Everything still looks pretty darn sharp. And even in the fields, there ain't a lot of contact damage even in these fields. Yeah, it has good detail, and that's a nice field yet. I didn't really look at the field on the obverse. I mean, Lincoln's himself, he's got a couple contact marks. That may be the nicest 36 I'm going to get my hands on. That's kind of cool. Some gunk on the ass. It'd be you. It's always cool to see them that old and still that nice. That almost struck me as like a strike doubling or machine doubling for a second, but I think it's a scratch that goes through the T. I saw it, and I first saw it down here, and I was like, it looks like strike doubling, but I'm pretty sure that was scratch. Luke looks like he's searching quarters tonight. Are you sending it? Look at this one. That will definitely need to be upgraded for the... That's definitely going to be an upgrade at some point. 36D is what it was on the front. Yeah, I think when I just turned him on and I saw him, he was cracking a box. That green corrosion actually came off the coin onto my cloth that I move the coins around on. Yeah, I've got Luke on. I just have his volume turned down because I think my mic would pick it up. That's the worst green corrosion that I've gotten on a coin yet. I may not even keep that coin in this collection. All right, almost. I'm right here on this page, so almost to that. Almost got this page done. Maybe I'll switch and do something else after this page. Save the 40s and 50s. I mean, I could probably get away with not doing this to all these coins. But then that kind of goes against my usual process of scoping all the coins that I come in contact with. I think what I'll do is I'll finish the 30s, and then I'm going to grab a handful of my pocket change stuff out of my pocket change dump and just see what's in there. And a handful of that. Just to do something different for a while tonight. I think I got two more in the 30s, 39S and 39D. Yep. And then we're going to check pocket change for a little bit. Kind of surprised that I haven't come across a decent die chip yet. Getting good copper out of the box so far. Are you keeping track of like how many are coming out of a roll? I can send you that document that I have that tells you like when you measure a roll, when you measure or weigh a roll, how many coppers typically should be in it. Something just kind of fun to do before you open a roll. All right, I'm going to switch the camera up here. So I'm going to pop that over to there for now while I switch the camera. All right. Yeah, or you can do that. All right, so now I got my go through coins view up. Is that your message that just popped through? They pop up for like a split second, and then I look up and I try to look at it, and then by the time I usually start reading it, I miss half of it. All right, let's go through some of this. Just see what's been accumulating in pocket change. So my kids give me all their pocket change, and then I just throw it in a thing here in the office, and then eventually I get to going through it. Holy smokes, that's a good looking 20. For a second, I was going to say I don't think the camera's picking up just how good that one was. That's got proof-like finish to it for a 23. Montana 07. Ooh, there's a 65. Close. So when I do this ball, I'm just kind of looking for big naked eye errors. I know some of the state quarters have different things to look. Ooh, there's an 09. What's a Puerto Rico 09 minted at? What was it? A Puerto Rico 2009 D. Still 86 million unless you get the SAT. $23D. Nothing that looks like anything there. $15D. $71D. You hit a 64? Investable. You still hanging out or lurking? $85D. I don't have a lot of 25s. I have not been seeing a lot of 25s yet. 78. I see Luke's measuring something. It's kind of weird to watch without the sound because you don't know what he's actually doing. A7D. Philly, Louisiana. $78. I kind of got the night free just to sit and do whatever I want in the office. The wife's gone. Both kids are gone today. Ozark Riverways, 17. How many W's have you hunted, Paul? 82. I think there's something to look for on the 82 quarters. I forget what it is, though. I have to look it up. $98. I have never found a W. Of course, I haven't done a lot of quarter rolls. $20.20. Weir Farm. And now I don't know, looks like I got probably close to 30 quarter rolls over there in my standby supply. Kansas, that if it's there, that's the In God We Rust, but you can definitely see that the G and the T is still on that. Yeah, I'm still chasing the old W West Point. I save all my Wisconsin and Minnesota quarters just because that's where I'm at. And I will typically buy the silver proofs of those when I see them at a good deal. Yeah, I'm definitely looking for the extra. I've never found an extra leaf yet either. Don't look like there's any dye chip on the buildings or the planes with naked eye wise. But this is the one that apparently has the flaming building. Actually, maybe it wasn't. Was it the right mint mark? That's a D, so I wonder if that's on the P. Mint mark. D. Lawson. Good evening, my man. How's it been? 03 Missouri. Not one that I see consistently. $20. Don't look like there's a speared buffalo on that. What are you up to this fine evening, D. Lawson? Are you still game streaming? Oh, I saw it's a Wisconsin, Paul. But I think is the extra leaf on both of them, or is it just on one? It's definitely not there. Another nice looking 25. Oh, you're at a gaming con? It is the D? Yeah, it definitely was not on that one. That's a naked eye find there. You can find that without a scope or a magnifying glass. Ooh, no dye chip in the hat. And it doesn't look like there's one on his wrist or the sword anywhere. It's funny, the longer you're in this, Paul, isn't it? Like, you start remembering what you're looking for in each thing. And then once you find one, it's like, it's always ingrained in your head. I like the design of this. I like any of those outdoorsy type of quarters. Like the Alaska with the bear and stuff. 93D. Really the only thing I look for, like when I naked eye check nickels like this, is like the beehive dye chips on the side of the buildings or the roof or something. So everything else my eyes aren't good enough to see without the mic. Learn the wrist and now the sword. Well, the hat is pretty well known, but I've seen people find down around his wrist area that he's holding the sword with. This is 78. And then I think I saw somebody on YouTube or somebody with a short or something. You know those shorts people do that, you know, try to make quarters sound like $1 million quarter, and it's one of those typical dye chip finds. I think I saw something about you have the possibility of finding it on the sword. I might as well just finish the pocket change stuff since I'm set up to do it here. I grab another handful. And grab another handful. And maybe I'll just go back to the mic with you use a huge 10-time eyeglass. Oh, okay, so that's how you hunt. This is typically the screen I'll use when I hunt. You know, I'll flip over here to open. Basically the roll, to crack the roll open, and then I'll actually look at each coin just like I'm doing now. So I'm actually seeing the coin, the date and stuff for the first time, as even like somebody watching sees it. Let's see what's in this. Cane shaker. What's up? So like this is a pile of just a handful coming out of my pocket change container where the kids throw their change and stuff. And then I just grab it. And so I'm seeing this stuff for the first time. Because I don't typically look at any coins until I look at them on a stream. $84. 81. Copper. 79. It looked like there's a couple older pennies in this handful I grabbed. Is there a little rotation on that? No, not really. Ooh, there's a 62. 62s are typically our... Anything in the 60s is a hit in roll hunting, so we'll give it a hit here too. 62D. $78. Did that have rotation on it? Or was that just me spinning the coin goofy? Me spinning the coin goofy. Oh, 03 Alabama. I think I got one more handful of pocket change that I'm going to grab. 3 Missouri. I'm going to, I don't know, I'm guessing you're still hanging around, Paul. I'm going to drop my Discord in the chat. I ain't got a lot of people in it, but I don't really concentrate that well on building it either. I suppose if I concentrated more. Half the time I forget to put the link in streams and stuff, so and I think maybe what I'll do, I'll just pin that. There we go. That way if anybody drops in and wants to jump in Discord, should concentrate on trying to build it up a little bit more. Perfect. Thanks, Paul. 71. See, I think, I don't know, am I just messing up the flip? 71. Can I flip it semi? Yeah, I think there's a little clockwise rotation there. But it's not documented. I'm sure nobody's looking for it. ADD. That'd be copper. Hey, look at that. Pocket change. That is definitely a pocket change hit. Philadelphia. I don't even have my... Usually I'm running a site. What's a 41 Philadelphia minted at? Through the roof. 203. Still a good hit though. Still consider that a find. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Paul. It's when you're looking at any of those series that, you know, the mint mark is going to be on the reverse, then it's nice to have those Whitmans that, you know, you can get both sides without taking the coin out. 78. That looks like a D to me. I don't think that's a smashed S. That's a D. Well, that's cool. I got one older find in pocket change. I wonder who gave me that. My wife or one of the kids. 99. Hey, there's a 70S. I don't think there's anything to get excited about over it. 241 million. All right, sounds good. I'm gonna be here just doing something in coins. That was something on it. Too bad I don't collect dimes. That's kind of a nice looking one. Another Weir farm. All right, let's grab another handful. All right. This will finish what I've got in the pocket change container. That's a minty looking 60. Huh. That's different. Oh, were you here looking? Were you seeing that? That's a good looking 60. I mean, the steps look like they're gone. It's kind of got weird aging to it. Because it's like some of the field, especially like behind the wording, has got almost proof-like finish to it. Very different. I'm going to set it aside though, because a 60 is a hit in our book. So like for my hunts, Paul, like anything in the 60s and earlier is what I essentially set aside. And then I suppose you haven't been around on any of the hunts, so like there's the scene where I kind of keep track of like what's been found. And I'm going to do it for like the calendar year. So like I'm going to keep all these numbers for the calendar years. So like the little parentheses behind, like to the right of the penny, the nickel, and the quarter, and the dollar is how many rolls I've cracked. So I don't crack anywhere near the quantity that Luke does, you know, because I don't essentially do boxes. I very rarely even buy a box. I buy individual rolls. You know, I go in there with a couple $100 and I say I want this much in quarters, I want this much in nickels, I want this much in pennies, and so like if you catch me on like one of my morning roll hunts, I'm typically doing like 3 rolls of nickels, 2 rolls of pennies, and one small dollar roll or something, and that's the roll hunt for the morning, you know. And then from what I pull from there goes on these stats. I don't know if it makes any sense. And then I like to keep like track of, I don't know if you've ever heard me say it, you know, or if I've ever, well, can't remember if it was you I was talking to one night. I'm a Susan B. Anthony fan. I think the coin is kind of cool. It's got an old style look to it and stuff. But I know it's one of the most hated coins in the hobby. But then I set up like this screen for keeping track of any NIFC dollars and Susan B. Anthony's. And then here's my errors for the year. And my plan is just at the end of 2025, all these screens will just get wiped clean and we'll start over for 2026. Okay, yeah, I thought it was you and I were, I think it was like the first night we really kind of talked was about that dollar. I thought that was you. So you think this might be a proof? Not that one, that's the 41. I mean, it's got, it's got more shine than it should have. Let's say that. I mean, granted, it's been circulated, so it's got some wear to it. But brand new, I almost agree with you. It might be a proof. Because back in this, in 1960, you wouldn't have the frosted, raised area. I think that's a proof. I think I agree with you if you're standing on your opinion on that one. 67, a couple years short. Maybe I did hit a proof. In pocket change, actually. Oh, 2 Mississippi. Now we're down to a bunch of pennies. 77. Copper.
Time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do, 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty long.
I'm leaning towards it probably is. Because I just don't think it should have that sheen. Like when I hold it in a certain way, do you see how like behind the lettering around the rim where there really isn't circulation wear, that it's actually like proof finish? I'm 99% sure now, the more we talk about it. I'm going to pull up Discord at the same time. Yeah, I think it's a proof. I just looked at your picture. I'm marking that up as a proof. It's too different. Huh. What year is yours too? That's a 62, isn't it? It's hard to tell if that's a 0 on it. Well, I guess I didn't click on it. Yeah, yours is a 62. Looks just like that. Even yours has the better looking proof finish behind the lettering. Yep. I'm saying it's a proof. Oh, you got it from the Littleton Coin Company? Well, I can't put it on my... So like this, I won't put on this list here because it wasn't essentially a roll hunt. Kind of classifying this differently. A little bit of rotation on the 96 there. Not a lot, but a little bit. Yeah, a little bit less after I tried to do it slower. 05. I saw this 05 laying there. Doesn't... Yeah, mine, I don't think mine's anywhere close to steps. I don't think it even has steps. Payroll deductions for a 1K. Matching contributions that they never gonna pay. Pretty much gone, it looks like. And maybe they're there a little bit. We'll see in the microscope when I get it on there. But definitely the same coin. Definitely the same proof coin that you have. Yours is in better condition. Ooh, 19. Not a W though. I don't know. Did West Point do dimes? I don't even know if they did. Cool looking 75. I kind of like how that's aged. Ooh, that seemed like it had a lot of rotation, unless I spun it wrong. Yeah, I think West Point did dimes too. A little bit of clockwise for sure on that one. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely end up keeping that one. That'll go in some type of pile of keepers. All right, 3 more pennies, and then I'm going to switch it back to the microscope, and I'm going to microscope all those. Large date 82. Only cost you a penny too. Yep. Ooh. A little bit of clockwise there, maybe a little bit more than I saw in the other ones. Do you have Luke's sound on as you're watching too? Is he finding anything? I'm occasionally looking over when he like shows a coin. All right. I am going to switch back to the microscope, and I'll just microscope all this pocket change. It's kind of how I do my collecting, I guess. You know, just found a 59 silver. So I hunt the roll, and then I take out the hits and stuff, and then everything eventually gets put through the scope for errors and stuff. I have learned it's a time-consuming process, but it's part of the fun of the hobby, I think. At least in my opinion. He's mostly rambling tonight. Rambling, that's mostly what my streams are. I definitely would not try to fool anybody into thinking any of my streams or videos are anywhere near informational and educational. Here's that 60. I think the scope is just confirming that it's a proof. A 60 should not have sheen like that. See, I gotta get back to my errors. We'll do nickels first out of here, because then I can keep my notes up. Oh, my notes actually have a 1960 proof has a reverse America and O in Monticello. Double die. Reverse, a double die on America and O in Monticello. I would say it's not there. So there's no double die in Monticello in the O in Monticello. What are you hunting right now? 2011. Are you on nickels or pennies, or what are you rolling right now? So we're marking that up as a fine though, 'cause that's a 60 proof. Oh, you're in your penny box. Okay. Bad corrosion on the 11. Here's one way I look at older, especially nickels anyways, to kind of like for my own decision making as to whether or not it's like in good shape anyways, like still in pretty decent shape, is if you still have separation between the rim and the top of these letters. It's just, I've never heard anybody actually say that's like a way to look at it, but it's a way I've kind of picked up on my own, just to say, yeah, it's like over here, it still is pretty decent, but over on the other side in Liberty, you're starting to mush together and stuff. So I just kind of always tell myself, if I can have good separation all the way around the coin, it's just one of the ways I look at them, I guess. Yeah, I agree with you. For sure, 60 proof. That was definitely... And then all these newer dates, I'm just looking for die chips and cracks, and if any doubling stands out at some point. Have you noticed, Paul, as you hunt and like as you scope the newer coins, a lot of times the reflection off the letter will actually like make it appear there's doubling? I hate that. Although I've learned one way to like double check it is start rotating the coin, because if it's not doubling, it goes away if it's reflective. It's amazing to me too that like until you get coins under the microscope to this extent, you don't realize how much damage is on some of these with the naked eye. And I was just thinking the other day, I'm wondering if that's why a lot of people send coins in for grading and don't get the grade back that they expected, because maybe they're not looking at the damage that's on a coin this close that doesn't stand out with the naked eye. You know, because like this 5 cents right here, you take it away from the microscope, it still looks, you know, pretty decent and there. I should have separated these as I did them, but I didn't. But we're just going to pull nickels for now. I found last week or something like that. It wasn't on a stream. I found it on I was off stream, and actually I could see it naked eye wise, but I found a nickel. I forget what year it was. It was one of these newer ones, but this eye was struck through grease or something, because all the letters in Monticello were nice and sharp and detailed, and the eye was gone essentially. I think I flipped that and put it in my errors. In fact, do I have it on my... I don't know. It might not have been a roll hunt find, so... Let's see. Do I have it on here? Oh, it was. 1997 P struck through eye in Monticello. So it was a roll hunt find. The 70S. I don't know if there's anything to look for in that. Not really. I'm going to try to do this without messing too many things up here. I think I can do it. Just keep this screen. I'm just going to jump in and give Luke the trees. Okay. For some reason I can't see chat on my big screen. There, I think now I can. I jumped into Luke's Heard that one up the holler. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. When I type thumb in the emojis to leave for the trees and the thumbs up for Luke. The H is my hotkey for the hits and that rifle shot. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. That's the downside of like me typing when I'm streaming in something. Like if I'm typing in something, I have a bunch of hotkeys. Like this hotkey here, you'll never see this hotkey typically on a coin stream because it's only for like when I'm collecting cards and stuff. It's for a card collecting stream for the most part. But like if I'm typing on something and I hit that, like this particular screen will fill up with my hotkey pop-ups. Like later this year when I start opening some football cards and stuff, when I hit Packer cards. No, I gotta stay on. Like when I hit a Packer card. And this I gotta move that graphic actually to the front side of that coin. At some point, because that coin's in the foreground of that pop-up, so I'm gonna have to change that. But that's for Packer cards. And then when like I'm roll hunting on like a morning stream and I have a roll that doesn't have like some type of hit in it, I'll give it that for like a skunked roll. I just do a bunch of goofy stuff on stream. One of my other big collection things that I, dabble in and collect are like TCG cards, which is, you can kind of see, I have a lot of cards up around in the back too. So like there'll be streams that are called After Dark, and those are where I'm usually opening up card packs. I might be doing some coin stuff on those streams, but most of the time I'm like opening different types of cards or something. But if you ever see like if the thumbnail of the video or the stream is like coin related, like if it'll say like I think tonight was hunts, like air hunt or something like that I used. If it's coin related, the whole stream is just coin related. And the After Dark streams will have a different type of thumbnail and it'll say After Dark. So I kind of separate my streams out into what I'm doing, because there's some people that don't hang around for the coin streams, but they're card collectors that I know too. So they'll hang around in the After Dark streams, where some of the card guys won't hang around in the coin streams. I almost said die chip on that, but that's the corner of the building. Pretty good gougers. I guess that happened. I guess it was just. I guess I didn't think about it when I, decided on like my channel name. But it worked out because I do so much that I don't have the channel like named specifically for coins, and it just allows me to jump all over with my interests. A lot of it. Because I guess in true reality, I am just a collector. So the name kind of ends up fitting. Eventually, you'll probably see some metal detecting videos, or I don't think I'll do metal detecting live though. That's too much of a hassle. Yeah, well, I originally come from, my collecting started with cards. Essentially a football collector. And then I morphed into, years ago, collecting Magic the Gathering cards. And then that just spun into a whole realm of different trading card game cards, TCGs. But I'm a big fan of like vampires and some of the horror stuff when it comes to the cards and stuff. And that's why a lot of my stuff is kind of, especially in the card world, I like collecting the ladies of horror and stuff, and like if you know comics like Vampirella and Lady Death and stuff like that. I don't see a speared buffalo. Yeah, I just not too long ago got a brand new metal detector, so I've been playing with it, and I'll start taking video with my phone, and I got a GoPro and stuff that I'll use and see if I can put together a metal detecting video or two. I don't really like to do like straight up videos, like pre-recorded videos. So most the videos you see on the channel that are straight up like 5, 6, 10 minute videos and stuff, most all of those are videos that are just cut out of lives. Because I hit something in a live, or it's a recap of what coins were found in a live roll hunt or something. So I'm just not a big editor. Spend time editing. I think my channel description even says that it's an unpolished collecting channel. Don't expect too much. Yeah, well, and, you know, I don't really look at YouTube like a lot of YouTubers look at YouTube. I really ain't going out of my way to build the channel. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the guys that are going to hang out with me are going to hang out with me, and 99% of people ain't going to watch the channel. But that's kind of the way I want it too, you know? I mean, to me, doing just this is what's fun. Sit and, you know, BSing with, you know, like Investable Collectibles that was here earlier. He's here a lot with me. You know, and there's streams where it's just me and him sitting BSing. I guess I'm not trying to blow the channel up, you know, and be YouTube famous. Who really cares? It's really kind of just another way I'm interacting with my hobbies. I don't have the sound on, like I said. Did Luke see I gave him the trees? Or did it miss it in his... Did he miss it in his chat? He's got a full house tonight, it looks like. Or it looked like that when I was in there for a second. Have you heard of the new error that's been found and kind of going around on this 2005 Buffalo nickel? And it's the extra horn that comes out. This ain't it. There's a scratch there or something, but there's a die chip of some sort in between the E and the R here on the Buffalo that looks just like the horn on the other side. They call it the extra horn. I think the last one on eBay sold for like $120. Just like, you know, errors typically do when they first come out. The first couple that are found go through the roof. I'm guessing if there's any more on eBay right now, if I was to go look, I'm guessing they probably have come down in price a little bit. Okay, so you knew about that one? Yeah, it's fairly new. Maybe there's a couple more sales on eBay of it now and the price is starting to drop on it. I think the first one sold for like $120 or something. All right, let's see. Am I almost through my nickels, or do I have a couple more here? I just noticed that your name is different in YouTube than it is in Discord. I don't know why I didn't notice that up until now. No big more hits in the penny box? right, I know there's a couple nickels left in here. Maybe not. Maybe I'm gonna switch to. Oh, there's one. Yeah, there's a couple there. Good looking 23. We'll see how much damage looks like it nicks and one of these nights I'm going to be going through at least a couple rolls of 2009 pennies to see if there's any of them worth pulling out and grading. Just kind of going through and trying to find great looking ones. Only a 52D and a few nice album fillers. Are you almost through the box, or you got a ways to go yet? You don't YouTube, do you? Do you have a channel? This is a nice looking nickel. A little bit of chatter in the field there. Probably not anything I'm going to worry about. Well, I know the one way I'm looking at grading, at least me personally. And I think it's my personal opinion that this is something you have to put a lot of weight on, is essentially what the PCGS population is saying, because that, in my opinion, that makes it easy to determine if the cost of grading a coin is going to be even closely worth it in the end. If that makes sense. Because I think there's a lot of people that grade coins that just, I mean, it doesn't make sense to grade the coin, because even if it grades decent, it still isn't, you're not going to make your money back on the cost of grading it. Not that I'm a collector that really am concerned about financial gain, because I don't really sell that much. I have a Whatnot account, but I sell mostly cards. I don't know if I'll even go down the road of selling coins on my Whatnot account. Oh, you got a weeder coming, huh? Let me know what year it is. How many? I'm going to look. Let's see. Look at my coin hunt finds. So I've done 11 rolls of pennies so far in the year. Like I said, I don't do any volume like Luke does or something like that. I have not hit a wheat penny yet. I mean, the biggest hit has been, that 1907 Indian head. See, 1937. That's good. Yeah, you seem to have luck. Like I said, I don't know if it's because of our geographical area difference. But what Luke says about, like, quantity is right. I mean, the more rolls you do, the more you're going to find. It's just, you know, the nature of the way it is. And because I go a little slower in reaching the quantity, I'm probably not going to hit as much. $37's a good hit. It was in good shape. I'm guessing tomorrow sometime. Okay, now I can switch to quarters. Now I'm gonna switch. I think tomorrow morning I'm going to do a hunt of some sort. I'm going to probably do what I call it a 3-2-1 hunt. 3 nickel rolls, 2 penny rolls, and $1 roll. Sometime tomorrow morning once I get up and going for the day. Most detail. Well, that's not a bad find. No extra leaf. This was the quarter we looked at as I pulled it. One of the things I don't like about the new quarters that much is that there's so much to look for. It's like they're so busy. You have a lot to kind of just take in and look at. To find chips and stuff. I guess it's, to me, that's one of the downsides of the state quarters and the park quarters and stuff. Not so much on the obverse, but on the reverse. The nice thing is that there is there's so much for resources out there, and like knowing what to look for on these quarters, that you can kind of just go right to the where something might be and just be like, nope, it's not there. But something like in this area here and stuff, it's like it'd be hard to pick up a die chip if it was in there, especially if it wasn't a documented, known one that we go after all the time. Yeah, I was gonna say, is this which one is this? This is the Ida B. Wells. I know there was something on this one. I forget what it was on this one though. I think it would stand out though. Thought it was up around her hair or something. I don't see anything letter-wise. Edith is the worst in her hair. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying there. There's anything documented, known on this. See anything in my notes on a 2000D. I might have to get another coffee at some point. Finish the Marilyn Monroe. Lemonade. Edge contact, it looks like. Go slower on these quarters, I was saying, because there's so much to look for. Was my mic muted when I asked what time zone you were in, Paul? I was wondering if you're in the central time zone with me or if our time is different. Oh, you are in Eastern? Okay, so we are different. I was guessing that. I just didn't know where the time zone cut off.
I was born up in the mountain, raised by an old grizzly bear. I was born up in the mountain, raised by an old grizzly bear. I was fed by Mother Nature, and I breathe fresh, clean.
And this is what I got left to do. I'm going to get through this tonight. Then I might call it a stream. We'll see. Yeah, I'm in the same boat tonight. My wife is doing an overnight, which she doesn't typically do. She does a couple of a month. And then daughter's staying at a friend's and son's staying at the girlfriend's house because they're leaving for Florida in the morning. So I'm like, well, I might as well just jump on and either do some hunts or do some air searching, do some scoping. I call it scoping.
By the time I was 3, I done had me my first kill. By the time I was 3, I done had me my first kill. I learned that for surviving, some blood surely had to be spilled. By the time I was 10, I was left out in
Well, that doubling's not disappearing. Now, or is it?
By the time I was 10, I was left out in the forest all alone. Well, Master Death came by to see me, but I told him I wasn't ready to go. No. You can take your skull-bone face and leave on out this place. I ain't gonna go. Hell no. I'm gonna live. Go back to the river Styx. I ain't gonna go. It ain't my time to die, no.
Watch the A in Carolina, Paul, if you're here. What is going on there? So there's nothing up in Blue Ridge or Parkway. Is there a known DDR for this? I don't have anything in my notes. Nothing any pluribus, really. I don't think I have anything in 2000. No, the only 2015 quarter note I have is the Homestead Snow on the Roof and Leaky Bucket. But as you come back around to Carolina, and those are separated serifs too, or ends. Take it off of this. It's because I want to be able to spin it a little bit differently. Why do I lose it upside down though? So it gets significantly less at the end of Carolina, but is very strong there. I'm gonna spin it around and see where I start to. So you think it's... Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it's still there. It's just because of the way the light is that it doesn't pick it up as much. It's like now in the dark shadow of it. I don't know. You think it is? What do you think? Here, I mean, it's obviously, if nothing else, it's strike doubling. Pretty strong strike doubling. But, I mean, you can look and see that there's end separations, so it's not like the letter was cut and shelved like strike doubling typically is. I just don't know if I want to call it a true double die without one actually being known on this. 10 years old, somebody should have published this at some point. I'm going to set it aside. Definitely set it aside. I think there's debate on that. Or it's debate worthy, in my opinion. I guess I'll have to research it. I mean, I agree with you. It's getting really close to looking like legitimate DDR. Guess it's well worth a Google search at some point after the stream. I just don't like it when you can twist it and you lose it. Because like a true double die, you're not going to essentially lose that second image. I never like losing that second image. It does look very double-ish to me, though. Like it could be a double die and not just double strike. Definitely some debate worthy there. No burning building, like we said when I found this. It's almost like that's a perfect coin in that area of like what I call, you know, speculatory error. You know, is it truly there, or are you just like seeing what you want to see? Nice 69S, huh? Is that low mintage? That was Philadelphia at some point. $500 million. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those 500 million that has the counterpart of 2 billion. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You get excited about pulling the 500 million. Wait, that has goofy damage to it. Just like the damage ended up being dark. Yeah, I got quarters left. Do it quick. The 67s I have in my note DDO and DDR and struck on dime stock. Well, this is not struck on dime stock, I can tell you that. That In God We Trust is definitely thick. But no way to tell if that was just damage making it thick or if it was a double die at some point. And condition nowhere close to good enough on the reverse to call anything. This was that really nice 23 that I pulled out of the pocket change. Not just has good sheen to it still. Not as good looking under the scope. I mean, darn near proof like not under the scope. This is the Edith Canoe. Incuse die chip on mountain, feeder fingers, upper right side of coin. Yeah, good luck. There's the mountains I'm guessing they're talking about without looking it up. This is the one you were talking about, dye chips in her hair, right? It might be mintage I have in my notes that's worth holding on to. No luck on the DDO. Did you get a 55 though? How much of the box you got left? I gotta see why I have in my notes 82s are worth holding on to. Why do I have 82s? Were they low mintage? No. Oh, you're only 18 rolls in? Okay. Yeah, well, you and I do go about the same speed then. You and I are about the same. I know there was a reason I have 82s and 83s with a note on them, but I don't remember why. At least we scope with confidence, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. 82 and 83, both the P and Ds. That's why. No mint sets produced in 83 or 83 or 82. Says for this reason, high-grade examples of 82 P and D are particularly scarce. All right. That's why I had that in my notes. Sometimes I just gotta go back and relearn. I wouldn't say that 82 was in particularly high grade. It ain't bad. Have you heard Luke finding anything good? I look over and glance every now and then, and looks like he's got stuff set aside. Does that pile off to his left die chip finds? Yeah, I did. I'm zoomed all the way out. Or are those quarters he's got to look at yet? Oh, he did find a leaky bucket? I got you giving me the updates from another stream. That's funny. I just think if I turned his volume up, especially with me having him on the big screen, I think if I turned the volume up enough for me to hear it, my mic would probably pick it up. See, like, these are the kind of coins I like to look at. You got a couple things to look at. See if the field's in good shape or something. If you're thinking it's a pristine coin, and other than that, you spin it around, you look for some couple die chips, and you're done with it. Are you, as you're roll hunting, Paul, are you putting things under a scope at the same time? Which obviously would slow you down in the hunt itself. Or are you just hunting and pulling out the hits and then you look closer later? Okay, so essentially you're giving them all close looks at the time of hunting. So yeah, I can see why you're only 18 rolls in then. I mean, you're like me, you take a lot more time in each individual coin and stuff. Like when I do like a roll hunt, when I do like what I call my 3-2-1 roll hunt, where it's the 3 rolls, 2 rolls, and 1 roll, I'll scope all my hits that I pull out of that particular hunt in the same stream. But then all those other coins that don't essentially get set aside as hits for the stream, after the stream, I go through and I separate all the nickels into the different decades. So I've got like a bunch of 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. I think I go from 2000 to 2009, and then from 2010 to 19, and then all the 2020s. And then those separated out decades go into a small jar. They're only like, the jars are only like this big. So it's one of these jars. You know, and I have 90s written on it in dry erase, which is why they sometimes get white. But the jar will say 90s, so all the 90s will go in this jar that weren't essentially hits within the hunt. And then in some stream like tonight, I'll take a jar, and all of this full jar will go under the scope to just look for whatever errors might be there. So it's like I have a process. It's just kind of confusing to somebody who isn't doing it. So in short, yes, every coin I hunt eventually makes the scope. It's just it doesn't make the scope. Most coins don't make the scope in the actual hunt stream. And I'll let one of those jars fill up to the point of being full, and then I'll be like, hey, I gotta get the 1980s pennies knocked down to the point where I can put more in that jar. I don't know if I should hold on to 2009 quarters or not. But anything 60s or older is considered a hold for me in my hunts, and those will all hit the scope in that stream after the initial pulling of them. But I basically hunt all the rolls first and then go to the scope. I'm about through with quarters. What, I got one more quarter left? I don't know if I'm even going to bother with dimes. I don't collect dimes at all. Do you do anything with dimes? For some reason, I just don't like dimes. I think half of it is the fact that there's such a small coin. Got one nickel there. Got lost in the mix. I'm gonna just cull out my dimes because I don't want to look at them. I know none of them were silver when we first went through. I'm gonna change my error notes to pennies. Minnesota's extra tree. I don't have an extra tree yet, and I don't have the extra leaf yet. I think I have 2 of the Kansas in God We Rust. I think I actually found both of those on the same day because I was going through quarters that my grandfather had saved. Was at 75. That I was like, kind of cool how it patinaed. I think I'm gonna keep it just because it's my birthday year. And it's like the fields all went really, really dark, and a lot of the lettering stayed pretty bronze. That's just a keep because it's cool. $84p double ear. I don't see it. Oh, so you and I are really close in age too then. Yeah, I turned the 50 this December. And I'm feeling every bit of it now. It seems like in the last 10 years, it's like, oh my goodness. I wake up sore. It's like, what did I do all night long? So 98. I'm guessing both P and D's have wide AM possibilities. And I'm the worst at telling if I'm looking at a wide or a close. I'm guessing that's a normal one. The coin's jacked anyways. Well, I've always got to go to some reference when I'm looking at wide and close AMs. $87D, what do I got? Repunched mint mark and a double die FS101. That is not a repunched mint mark. Yeah, the wide AM and the close AM are probably the hardest thing for me to determine without looking at a reference thing. Eventually what I got to do is just get one coin of each and then keep them on my desk in a flip. Another jacked coin. With the FG, yeah, that's exactly. That's another thing that you gotta almost just constantly have a reference there for you to go back at. Some weird, very symmetrical spots. I don't know what it would be. What made those? There's one in the beard. Oh, there's a couple in the field. Actually, as I'm moving the coin around, I'm finding more and more. Kind of a weird anomaly there. our air conditioning in the house finally kicked off. $62D. Anything on my notes? No. So we'll just see if there's anything worth noting. A weed ender coming up. I didn't even look at my penny rolls to see if I have any cool enders. Should do that. All right, here's a 99. I think it's going to be a wide AM. Kind of a jacked coin. Kind of cool how on the monument it's all dark and then it's almost like it's lit up in the middle. That's kind of neat. Oh, it was a 44? I would not speculate that to be a wide AM. $74. Well, if I was gonna, I just thought of it. If you're born in '76, Paul, then it's kind of cool because all of your birthday coins are bicentennials. I'm guessing you save them when you find them. Hey, did you ever look up tonight what the, I don't know if I have any that I'm going to come across here in this pile, but the rotation on the 72 and 73? Did you ever look up to see if it was significant? Or like what percentage or direction it was supposed to go? I know we were talking about that like earlier tonight. I think a lot of people probably save 76 anyways, even though it's not their birthday, just because it's the bicentennial year. I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, I know I save every quarter that I find that's the bicentennial. I was, like I said, I'm assuming because it's a pretty documented error that the percentage is probably, it's rotated quite a bit. I would guess. Maybe I could be wrong. Who knows? 1980 Avers double die on the Liberty and the date. No. I don't think so. There's a little thickness in there, but another one of those coins that, in my opinion, I don't speculate on. %, maybe. Well, that would definitely be noticeable on a flip then. $50-percenter would stand out. Another 80. Too worn. Too much pocket. Pocket time. Do you have any floating roofs yet? I think I've got one hiding in my 1960s jar that I have to go through yet. Because if I remember right, I threw one in there that just with the naked eye, I was like, oh, that looks like a floating roof. But I don't have one actually confirmed in the collection yet. The no FG floating roof. You can quit keeping the worn ones. I'm almost positive I have at least one in the 60s jar that is yet to be pulled out. The trick on that one is knowing whether, it's truly a floating roof or the coin's just wore to the point where there's that little line isn't there anymore, That's like a good example of like an error that unless the coin was pretty pristine and it looked like the roof was floating, I probably don't call it. But if the coin's pristine and the roof floats, well then I think you can call it. Looks like he's still going through his box of quarters. He's still opening rolls, or is he done open? Oh, he's still got a roll he's hunting. Two MS nice ones. That's cool. Do you submit coins for grading? I'm going to. I've never done it yet because I'm just slowly working up, kind of setting aside things I think I might want to take a shot at. Like I said, not for like to sell or anything, but just to see what they come back as. You know, because I'm not probably ever going to be a real big seller of coins. I'm too much a collector. I'm probably the essence of the word. But I am going to send some things in just to see where they... But like I was saying before, I want to make sure that, you know, unless it's one of the coins that I just want to preserve in a holder for the preservation of it, I want to make sure like the grading fee is going to make it at least make sense. Like I know for sure I've got a really nice 1964 Kennedy half that is legitimately the repunched mint mark. It has two defined separate Denver marks. I'll probably send that in to, you know, just to get it graded. And that was a coin that come from my grandfather's collection that I inherited. I'm still actually going through that inherited collection, which is something you're going to see on the channel quite a bit if you hang out with me like this, because I still have a ton in the safe that I have to, you know, just rolls of stuff like that I have to go through. Like right here, I've had on my desk for months that I have not really gone through them yet. But these are just three. I want to say these are 3 of like 18 tubes. And every single one of them are uncirculated 09s. He has P and D on some of these. I mean, well, here's probably another whole tube of that reverse design. Are these 3 tubes all the same reverse? No, here's the early childhood or birth or one or something. So these I'm going to actually go through and like pull the best looking ones out of this for some grading, because he had gotten these obviously in 09. I don't know if he ordered them or what he did, but these are, like I said, these are only 3 tubes of probably at least 12 or 16 tubes, maybe more, of complete uncirculated 09s. So like I said, if you hang out with me on stream to any extent, you're going to be seeing me going through tubes of stuff that is from his collection that he left us. I did this one a while back. This is actually a video on the channel, but this, I don't know how many is in there. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I don't know. There's probably about a dozen, maybe 16. He's got written on here big DPS. They're silver. They're the wartime silver nickels. So those were in the safe that I just went through the other day. There's a ton of stuff that he basically just squirreled away and squirreled away and squirreled away. which is how I ended up getting into coin collecting for the most part. I have more uncirculated state quarters than I know what to do with. Which I've already kind of done the process of going through and checking them for which ones might have errors on and stuff like that. So they're essentially ready to be like turned in for more coin. Oh, you got a bankroll of the cabin one? Yeah. Yeah, I just keep it sealed. Why not? I know there's at least a roll in there in the safe somewhere of, maybe not a full tube, but it's a tube of walking liberties and stuff yet. And just stuff I have not like actually closely gone through yet. I know there's a quarter of a tube, maybe half a tube of Indian head pennies. Should do that one of these nights and grab a tube and see what's in it. He was much more a Kennedy half fan than I am. So he passed on a bunch of Kennedy halves to me and stuff, and '96, couple DDOs listed, I guess. Not gonna be able to tell. Not there. Not enough. Oh yeah, it'll be fun. And that's kind of been what I've been doing, is I've just been like, as I do a stream, I've been grabbing something out of the safe that hasn't been truly like looked at close yet, and kind of, discovered it on the stream, and what is in that tube or something. I had completely forgot about the collection he left us, actually. And I was kind of getting into coins. And I was telling my wife that I wanted to go and get a bunch of rolls to roll hunt, to look for these errors. And she's the one that reminded me. She's like, you do remember all that money that my grandfather left us? And I was like, no. And I went in the safe, and it's a lot. So for the longest time, I didn't have to go get any quarter rolls, because there were rolls and rolls. He put them in these actual plastic tubes, but they were uncirculated from just about every one of the states and stuff. And I saved a bunch of it, but like a bunch of it is like able to just be turned back in too, like you can only save so much. He was almost kind of hoarding them. think my tune's finally stopped. Let's go in here and yeah, literally, that's kind of what it is. I don't know, so I probably got another 20 pennies or so. I'll get through these, and then I think I'll probably call it a night. What time is it? It's midnight already. '82 large date. Double diavers available, possibly. Yeah, I was gonna say you're an hour later than me. Where's Luke? Do you know where Luke is? I don't know if I've ever heard him say where he is located. How do you feel about the shield reverse design on the pennies? I'm not a fan of it. I prefer the memorial. I don't know, it just seems goofy to me. Oh, he's in mass? The shield design to me, it almost feels like they just kind of wanted to cut corners and like, didn't want to put a whole lot of time into the design. Yeah, see, I'm not. You and me are on the same page there too. I'm not a fan of the shield. Yeah, something's not working with the tunes. I gotta, let's see. See if that. I can see where it would look cool in a deep cameo. This is something here that I never really understood why they don't judge pennies on, is whether or not these details are still on a penny for like condition wise. You know, or even, I mean, maybe they do, I don't know. I've never seen like any type of steps indicated or stuff like that on like grading levels. So 2006, it's telling me, yeah, see, and that's what I mean. It's like on, I use these a lot just personally. The details in the upper part of the memorial, you know, and then the steps, because I think that tells you a lot. So 06 has got a double die, obverse of the ear, liberty, and date. Okay, so I don't see it in the date. I don't see it in liberty. There's no double ear. I don't have anything listed for the reverse. The other thing that's going to happen soon, I think, is my phone is going to die, which is what I run my scope camera from. So I may be done before I get through these last 10 pennies, at least with the scope. I'm amazed at with how much I looked at tonight. I'm 4 hours into spinning coins under the scope. I have not found a really nice die chip. Usually you're good for a die chip somewhere. Of course, depending on what we decide on that 1/4, we might have found a EDR. And I must say that the proof nickel's pretty cool to have found in the pocket change check. I don't know. This is what I got left to look at. This right here. So most of them look new. I don't know if there's any possible wide AM. This almost looks satin. 2000 have a satin version. Typically the only way I can tell satins is by weighing them. If there's a published like different weight to the satins, because I know the 09s, the satins in the 09 will weigh differently than the zincs. I always got to look at the weight, though. I always have to look that stuff up. The only real true like weight stats I remember is like coppers are going to be 3.1 and zincs are going to be 2.5. That I have on the top of my head. I don't know if the 09s, if they're satin or copper. They might be. It's something I'd have to go to the red book to determine. But I was thinking the other day that it's like, how am I going to know if any of those 09s that I have hundreds of are the satin finish if it's hard to tell look wise? And I was looking, so I looked it up because I got the big red too, which, I mean, if you ain't got it, it's, I don't know how much it is, but like, this is well worth the money, in my opinion. If you want a little bit deeper dive into, you know, like some of this stuff, this might be $40. I don't know. Oh no. Oh, it says 60 in the US. But if you ain't got this, I've gotten some answers out of this occasionally. I think this is where I went when I was thinking about the 09s, and it gave me a different weight to look for the satin finish. I don't know if the camera's going to pick it up. I'm doubting it. So this is the one that I've... That's why I was like, do the 2000s have a satin option for variation? Because... But then it could just be the fact that, you know, it's sitting next to a bunch of 2020s that haven't aged to that point yet. Yeah, I think the Mega Red is a good pickup. So here's the 2020, here's the 2000. It's not in bad shape. It'd be nice to find the wide AM on this. That is definitely not... And switch my camera. That is definitely not the wide AM on that 2000. Fairly good shape though. A lot of steps on the memorial and a lot of the detail in the roof. Boy, it looks like a satin finish to me. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. I'm going to put it aside just in case there is a satin variation. They're not low mintage, are they? There's no reason 2000s would be low mintage, I don't think. Yeah, can't hurt to set aside. It just looks different to me. Yeah, 9s are. I know 9s are. I just don't know if there's any other years that have low mintage. No, not 2000. Well, this was a good night. I completely cleared out the pocket change container that I throw everything into for coins that are given to me by the kids and the wife. So I'm caught up on all that. That work. Probably have to get into a couple of the decade jars one of these nights. You got any extra V's yet? Three pennies left. 25. I don't have a whole lot of 25s yet. The extra V on the 2023s. See, I hate looking at coins when they're this new too, because there's just too much shine to them. Sometimes it's hard to see like detail on a brand new. It's a brand new coin, but it almost looks like it's not that, 1 cent almost looks doubled. To get the extra V. 2023. Doesn't that E and C look like there's doubling on it? I'm guessing it's strike doubling. Something goofy going on with that E in states. That could be reflection though, because the S, they all kind of look. I think that's kind of the reflection of a brand new coin. Could be wrong. Can't really clear it up much better. I wonder what a zoom in is going to do for it. that to me is not reflection. I think there's some doubling of a tad going on there. Hard to tell on that one. Very questionable. Yeah, it does look it. It's just, do we call it strike doubling or? It's weird because it's like the coin's actually in like too good a shape to like really get a good look at it. No, it's a 25. Yeah, it's a 25D. That's why it has. That's why it looks like it's in as good a shape as it is. It's like it's almost too red yet to. But I mean it. You might have very little there's separation between the C there at the end and stuff, and then the C comes out the top. Which, to me, strike doubling is always going to be more of like a shadow look. I don't think you're going to have strike doubling come out the top, too. I could be wrong. Yeah, I see it too. I wonder if this isn't just a set aside. It's almost like one of those coins. It's almost like you want to take a vote from like a handful of guys that know what they're looking at. You know, like you come up and look at this E. And the S. I don't think that's the shadows playing tricks. I'm gonna set it aside. It'll be a set aside coin. I got 2 pennies left. $21. I have a spiked head in my notes. There is no spike in his head there. It's a good example of why I don't like looking at newer coins, because sometimes the fact that they're in such good shape makes it hard to see things. Here's a 2023. This is the only 2023 that I had tonight. No extra V. All right, that is the. What is this? Why is this one sitting here? This wasn't the one I set aside, so I guess I had one more coin. Spike head, no. I don't like look for some reason. I don't know if it's because I don't like the design of it, but I don't like looking at the back of the shield pennies. That's the last point. Yep, me too. Most definitely. Four and a half hours on the stream. Well, a couple cool things, anyways. We got that one that we think might be a double die reverse on that quarter. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, in the future again. And probably the coin of the evening, though, huh? Probably that 60 proof. Not that anybody's going to probably watch a 4-hour stream, but there's the recap. Probably the coin of the night. Yep. Probably the proof and the DDR if we're going to settle on that being a true DDR. Anyways, I think you might be the only one here, Paul, so I'm going to call it a night. You have a good one. I'll catch you in Discord for sure. Between probably Lucky's and mine. Did you say you have a Discord too? If you got your own, I'll join yours too. See, Luke ended because my stream went to somebody else, or my video went to somebody else there. Sounds good, my man. Thanks for hanging out. It was actually fun. That's why I don't mind not having a huge channel, you know. Have a couple guys hang out every now and then, look at coins, shoot the BS, and have some fun. And I might do a hunt in the morning tomorrow at some point. I don't know what time or anything. But it'll probably just be like an hour and a half or 2-hour hunt, depending on how many hits come out and stuff. So, all right, sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. It was actually fun. Talk to you soon, either on a stream again or through Discord for sure. Good luck on the rest of the pennies. Drink lemonade, yeah. We'll talk to you later. Take it easy.